farthest away from the center of the pavilion. We need contestants born in the year 2015. In ring 2, contestants born in the year 2014. In the makeup area at this time, we need contestants born in the year 2013. 2013 at the end of ring 1, the ring to my left, and contestants born in the year 2012 should be at the end of ring 2. That's the ring to my right. 2013 and 2012 to the makeup areas at the end of the ring.
Well, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be back at the Kentucky State Fair here. I think it was probably 6 years ago I was back in this ring as one of my first bigger state fairs to be a part of. We get out here and then we're into some heat to just start off showmanship. I think these pair of young men up front do a very good job. What I see here, the young man we're going to lead off with, I think probably just gets a more consistent brace when he get off to the side. When he gets this one set up and going, I think probably just gives you a more consistent look. Occasionally he wants to get that nose up just a little higher for my liking, but he kind of worked on it there at the end. I just think he just gets a little more drive out of that sheep. Young man in twos probably prefers my posture and how he holds the head on getting this one set up, and he gets a good job getting this one set square. Occasionally, compared to our cost winner, maybe not a square up front when we set our feet. I don't know if we just get as much drive out of that sheep, but you do a very good job, young man. One coming here in third does an awesome job getting a drive. Occasionally, I think we maybe drive a little too hard, and we want to push up a little higher on that one's neck and keep that one's neck over the backside of his shoulder. We got to get that a little more straight up for me there up front. That makes that one's top line want to sloop just a little bit. We just got to work on getting that one to all just blend together from the side. As he did a good job there. Young lady in three, very good eye contact, very, very intense. She does a good job getting a brace. Occasionally, we don't want to get that one just to drive up into us. We don't get that one set maybe as long as we need to, but you do a good job of your posture and holding the head. Young man round out the top five does another good job getting a really solid brace. Occasionally, probably just brace a little too hard. We don't get that one stretched out and get that one's front feet where they need to be. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here to judge. Much like Comrade Jared said over here, it's just a lot of fun to get back into this facility. I haven't judged here for a while. I judged the open show here a few years back, and then probably 20 years ago as well. So it's a great opportunity to come in here, see a bunch of kids hard working. If this is any indication of what it's going to be as they get more experienced, what a great job. We start with the individuals up here in the front end of this class toward the center rail. I think these front two showmen challenged each other very well. I think I just gave a little bit of an edge to this showman in front. I think she just felt like she was really, really efficient when she moved about and got reset. She was really good about holding that head up in place and staying at brace whenever I had a view of them. Never missed a beat when I came in to touch that lamb. Was always just really good about having this lamb stuck, move very efficiently. Individual in second, great job as well. There was times where I thought maybe she was just a tiny bit better in terms of getting that lamb really jacked up and ready to go, maybe a little more intense, maybe a little more slap than I personally like, but I think she knows how to work this lamb, so I'm not going to tell her how to do that or correct any coaching that she's had, but certainly I think she's done a great job getting this lamb set. I think the front end maybe is about as good as anyone that's been in here, maybe with the exception of the individual in first. I think our person in third here does a great job as well. Maybe didn't command quite as much top in that sheep. I think when we see this lamb at side, to me it maybe could have used just a little bit more brace at times. Does a great job holding that front end up, but maybe we could just see a little bit more press into that lamb if we need to at times to get a little bit more out of it. But this lamb certainly gives the part, and she knows how to show that lamb as well. Move into our exhibitors in 4 and 5. Maybe to me just weren't quite as comfortable with how to hold that front end. Maybe didn't get quite the set to those back legs that we saw in the top end of the class. I'm taking nothing away from these three individuals that didn't make the top end. I think all three of them are certainly people who have some experience. They look like maybe just a little bit more comfortability in the way they hold that front end so that the nose stays down and the head comes up, the neck comes up out of the top of that shoulders, keeping those feet square as we can once we get them set. But great job from top to bottom.
In the makeup area at the end of ring 2, we need contestants born in the year 2010. 2010 to the makeup area to ring 2.
Just two individuals over here, and I think they're both doing an awesome job. The young man I probably just prefer his posture and how he holds this one's head. Keeps that neck coming up at the top side of his shoulder and keeps the neck probably at more of a 90-degree angle. And I think probably just gives me a more consistent look at times when we get off to the side and study the sheep. I think he probably does maybe just a notch better job of keeping those back legs just a little bit square and a little more correct for me. Young lady, now you've got that one driving, the best we've seen out here so far. In this particular drive. I don't know if we're always maybe just as particular on our leg placement up front and how this one wants to set probably just a little bit narrow behind. You want to make sure you kind of get those legs set a little bit square for me, just as a personal preference there. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Again, entering the ring are our 2010 showmen entering ring 2. This is your last call, contestants born in 2010. At the end of ring 1, we need contestants born in 2011. Contestants born in 2011 to the makeup area at the end of ring 1. At the end of ring 2, we need contestants born in the year 2008. 2008 to the makeup area at the end of ring 2. Again, we need contestants born in the year 2008 at the end of ring 2 in the makeup area. And at the end of ring 1, we need contestants born in the year 2011.
Check, check, 1, 2. This one, here, let me. Check, check.
Another good class here on the ring 1 side. We've got some individuals that get into it pretty well.
Placing on our class of contestants born in the year 2013. First place to entry 789, Ansley Terrell, Bourbon County 4-H and FFA. Second place to 1013, Sawyer Hagerman, Fayette County 4-H. Third place, Adlin McCarty, Kenton County 4-H. 4, Emerson Olds, Owen County 4-H. And 5, Maddie Wilkes, Nelson County 4-H. Others in that class, Laney Williams, Brinley Jordan, and Carter Creech. Entering ring one at this time, we have contestants born in the year 2011. In the makeup area, we should have contestants born in the year 2009. 2009 to the makeup area at the end of ring one. Right now in ring two, we have contestants born in the year 2010. In the makeup area, we should have contestants born in the year 2008.
Well, what a tremendous set of showmen we have over here, and I think the trio of young ladies at the front are doing awesome. Nothing to take away from the other competitors in this particular class. The young lady we're going to lead off with. I think when we get off to the side and study how this young lady gets in front and her posture is, I think that's just a little more my speed. I think how she holds the head is very good. Occasionally, if I'm going to be a little bit hard on that one, you want to kind of get that nose up just a little bit more than my liking, but I think you do a very good job of getting probably the best brace. Your posture just looks the most comfortable for me. We're going to go ahead and lead off with you. A young lady in 2 does another awesome job. We get these ones set in motion. I probably like you the best when you get this one walking into your hand. You do a good job there. Occasionally, we maybe want to let that head and just don't get that one's neck up out of him occasionally there. And then sometimes we just don't get as much of a drive. I think it's just because you're off to the side just a little bit, but you do a very good job getting your leg placement set square and getting a good handle. A young lady in 3 is very intense. You can tell she knows where I'm at every time. This one wants to fight her just a little bit as we get out here sometimes. Our hind legs maybe aren't always set as square. You do an awesome job walking. I just got to see you set those hind legs a little square for me today. A young lady coming in 4. When we get there, does a good job. Occasionally, she takes probably just a little bit longer out of these initial 5 as when we get this one going in the right direction. She wants to pull that one's head up pretty hard and doesn't want to let that one's nose down for me. That's just a personal preference. And the young lady rounding out the top 5 does an awesome job getting a brace. Occasionally, I think we probably get maybe a little too relaxed. We want to let that sheep just roll into you, and when that one's front end wants to come out, just stay in that one just a little bit more for me today. We can move you on up. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the contestants born in the year 2010. First place goes to entry 106, Addison Cowan, Mason County FFA. Second place to 86, Cullen McIntosh, Clark County 4-H and FFA. Third to 601, Kinley French, Montgomery County 4-H. Fourth to 347, Olivia Simpson, Kenton County 4-H. And 5 to 867, Emma McMurtry, Warren County 4-H. Others in that class were Macy Beecraft, Abigail Johnson, Elizabeth Frame, Finley Paul, Zoe Simpson, Garrett Rouse, Bella Mims, Wyatt Wilkes, In ring 2, we currently have contestants born in the year 2008. In the makeup area, we need contestants born in the year 2006. In ring one, we're currently showing contestants born in the year 2011. Our next class that should be in the makeup area is those born in 2009. Entering ring 1 at this time is contestants born in the year 2009. In the makeup area, we need contestants born in the year 2007. Results from class 2011, first place to entry 760, Reagan Coffey, Grayson County 4-H. Second place to entry 44, Levi Wolf, Pendleton County 4-H. Third to Gracie Medley, Washington County 4-H. Fourth place to Quinn Zinner, Anderson County 4-H and Western Hills FFA. 5 to 127, Callie Fleming, Clark County 4-H. Others in that class were Luke Renfro, Henley Stevens, Ella Zabinko, Grayson Olds, Sydney Brown, Micah McMurtry, Riley Berry, J.C. White, and Sawyer Brown.
As we get over here, I don't think it's getting any easier in this particular division. The young lady we're going to lead off with, I think probably just does so the best of getting the best look at this sheep. Always has this one driving in the right direction, holds the head where it needs to be, and always is pretty quick about getting that one. Probably just the most consistent look. A young man showing the Dorper here in the second slot is doing an awesome job and always is very precise on where he sets the foot placement. I just don't know if you look for me as I don't know if your posture just looks as comfortable as the one on either side of you, but I think you do an awesome job just getting that one set up and standing square. A young man in third has one as we get out here that's probably wanting to wear down on him just a little bit. I'd like to see this one this young man be a little bit quicker and get that one going in the right direction, because I think when he does, I think he does an awesome job of keeping that one's head up, and I like his posture. I just need to see him be a little bit quicker today and not let that lamb wear down on him as much. We get down in here into 4 and 5. I think there's some trade-off. The young lady in 4 does an awesome job of getting a brace, knowing where I'm at. Occasionally, you want to get that one stretched out probably a little too far, get your front feet in front of you a little bit more, and that consequently makes that one's top go down a little bit, so I don't get as much consistent look from the side. And then kind of the same thing come in here in 4 and 5. The young lady does another awesome job of getting this one bracing and going hard. We like to get that one's front end up and front feet in front of her just a little bit more, and I think occasionally we want to let that one set his feet wide, and we don't get the front set as square from the side. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from the contestants born in the year 2008. First place goes to entry 861, Emily Carson, Wolf County 4-H and FFA. Second to 586, Joshua Geyer, Todd County 4-H. Third 2, Wyatt Perkins, Mason County, FFA. 4, to Meredith Hampton, Todd County 4-H. And 5, to Anna Beth McCarty, Kenton County 4-H. Others in that class: Peyton Zinner, Clabber Wolf, Wilson Barnes, Roy Utley, Adame Williams, Julie Ann Parrish, Nevia Trammell. Entering ring 2 at this time, we should have contestants born in the year 2006. In the makeup area at the end of ring 1, we need contestants born in the year 2007.
Another tough drive out here, and just five young individuals, but they're doing an awesome job. And I think there's probably a little bit of trade-off what you want to do and where you want to stand. The young lady we're going to lead off with, for me, I think probably her posture's probably the best for me. I think she's probably a little more precise and gives me probably a more consistent look at that sheep as we get off to the side. Now, I won't admit here, I'd like to see her just get that sheep to go under her hand just a notch better as we get him out on the go. And that's where the 1 and 2 excels at that, because she gets that sheep to go under her hand, wants to get this one driving, running uphill. There, when we get started studying down to your last 2 there, as I got the front angle and the rear angle and got back off to the side, you maybe didn't have your feet as precise and square. We had a front off and a rear off. We just got to be a notch better there. Young lady in 3 does an awesome job getting a drive out of the sheep, holds the head how I like to see. Occasionally that sheep just probably wanting to get a little bit weaker and tired on you as we get out here. I like to see that one, keep that one's top line and a little more consistent brace as we get off to the side. I think that'll help you out a little better there. Young lady and our young man here in 4 is doing another awesome job setting that sheep square. I'd like to see you get that sheep's head and coming up a little bit higher, just get a more consistent brace and just look a little more like your posture just feels a little more comfortable to you. You don't look like you're feeling very comfortable out here as we get out here and we get in front of that one. Young lady in 5, once we get there, is doing an awesome job, but she just, unfortunately, you brought one out here that didn't want to work with you today. We just got to work on that just to move you on up. Let's go to the exhibitors. Nice round of applause.
Placing on the class of contestants born in the year 2006. First place to 753, Cassidy Perkins, Mason County FFA. Second place to 911, Kaylee Carson, Wolfe County 4-H and FFA. Third, Ella Myers, 4 to 207, Trent Zinner, Franklin County Western Hills FFA. And 5 to 787, Annetta Adair, Henderson County 4-H and FFA. Placing on the class of contestants born in the year 2009. First place to entry 761, Ryder Coffee, Grayson County 4-H. Second place to 257, Izzy Godman, Bracken County FFA. Third to 766, Abigail Mattingly, Callaway County, New Covenant FFA. 4 to 139, Colin Combs, Spencer County FFA. 5 to entry 680, Addison Moore, Meade County FFA. Others in that class were Lily Terrell, Casey Vogt, Cadence Ryan, Tolly Downs, Christina Shea, Katrina Shea, Alicia Cecil, and Alexis Christensen. In the ring, we currently have contestants born in the year 2007. In the makeup area, we need our remaining contestants, those born in the years 2003, 2004, and 2005 in the makeup area. Once we've completed all of our market lamb showmanship classes, we will be selecting an overall champion from our first place winners in each of the previous classes. So please keep that in mind, exhibitors. First place, if you had a first place in any of the previous classes or following classes of market lamb showmanship, we will be having you back in the ring to show for overall champion and showman for the market lambs. Overall champion, just first places. Placing on our contestants born in the year 2007, first place to 625, Lucas Bays, Boone County 4-H. Second place to 230, Clark Coyle, Boyle County FFA. Third place to 148, Elijah Cowan, Mason County FFA. 4 to 382, Heidi Castle, Clark County FFA. 5 to 42, Larkin Romines, Fayette County FFA. Others in that class included Kinja Vargas, Micah Horn, Autumn Maynard, and Cheyenne Wilburn. At this time, in the end of ring 1, that's the ring to my left, the south ring, we need those first place winners from the previous classes in the makeup area: Emma Mulligan, Carson Dalton, Ansley Terrell, Wyatt King, Reagan Coffey, Addison Cowan, Ryder Coffey, Emily Carson, Lucas Bays, and Cassidy Perkins. We need you in the makeup area at the end of ring number 1. That's South Ring, the ring to my left. Placing on the class of 2003, 2004, or 2005 born contestants. First place to 444, Emma Hampton, Madisonville North Hopkins FFA. Second place to 278, Macy Hazelrig, Fleming County FFA. Third to Blake Daly, Paris FFA. 4 to Carrie Wagner, Locust Trace FFA. And 5 to Abigail Potts, Warren East FFA. We would like to thank the Poultry Federation for feeding the sheep show staff today. It was delicious and we surely appreciate it. Also, if you would like to be a mentor for the Sunshine class, please see Caitlin with KDA. Again, in the makeup area, we need those class winners. Class winners should be in the makeup area from the Market Lamb Showmanship. Emma Mulligan, Carson Dalton, Ansley Terrell, Wyatt King, Reagan Coffey, Addison Cowan, Ryder Coffey, Emily Carson, Lucas Bays, Cassidy Perkins, and Emma Hampton. You all need to be in the makeup area at the end, or just inside at ring number 1. Following the selection of our overall champion showman for the Market Lamb portion, we will take a 15-minute break before we go into our breeding sheep showmanship.
It's really been a lot of fun for us to sort through these, and it's been a fairly quick show in terms of these exhibitors having to get in and out of the ring in a hurry, and they've been well prepared. I'm sure they're well aware of it, but these individuals out here, as well as all the others back in the barn, we hope that you thank your parents and any other people that have helped coach you up in terms of getting these sheep ready and prepare you for this moment, because this is a pretty elite moment to be standing out here in this kind of company. Both Jared and I have come to a consensus. There was about 3 or 4 people that we felt like rose to the top in this group, but we'll go out and select your overall Supreme Champion, maybe with a handshake at this point. We just really appreciate the work that you put in, the job you've done, and we'll go out and select your Supreme now.
Presenting the award is Commissioner of Agriculture Jonathan Schell. Champion Market Lamb Showman is Reagan Coffey of Grayson County 4-H out of the 2011 born contestants. Again, we will take a 15-minute break. 15-minute break back here at 3:05 to do breeding sheep showmanship. 5-minute call, breeding sheep showmanship exhibitors, 5-minute call. In ring 1, we'll start out with Division 1. That'll be contestants born in the years 2013, 14, or 15. And in ring 2, we will have Division 2, those contestants born in the years 2011, 2012. Again, in the makeup areas, at the end of ring 1, the ring to my left, that is actually the south ring. We need Division 1, contestants born in the year 2013, 14, and 15. At the end of ring number 2, the ring to my right, the north ring, we need Division 2 contestants. Those were born in the year 2011, 2012. Now ready to begin our breeding sheep showmanship. In ring 1, we need contestants born in the years 2013, 14, and 15 into the ring. Division 1 into ring 1. In ring 2, we need Division 2, those born in 2011 and 2012. Now ready to begin. In the makeup areas at the end of each ring, at the end of ring 1, we need Division 3. Division 3, those contestants born in the years 2009 and or 2010. At the end of ring 1, Division 3 should be in the makeup area, those contestants born in 2009, 2010. At the end of ring 2, the ring to my right, the north ring, we need contestants in Division 4 in the makeup area. Those are contestants born in 2006, 2007, 2008. Again, Division 4 should be at the end of ring 2 in the makeup area. 2006, 2007, and 2008 born contestants.
We get it over here to start our breeding side of the showmanship. I think the young lady we're going to lead off with probably just so the best at keeping the legs set square, giving me the most consistent look and keeping that sheep walking into her hand. Does an awesome job in that regards. A young man in 2, I like how his posture is. He keeps that neck how it needs to be, keeps the head how it needs to be. Occasionally, I think when we get this one set, you pick this one up and get her stretched. Occasionally, you want to let those front legs get out a little bit wider when you set her down. You don't maybe correct those. And occasionally, you want to set those hind legs just a notch wider than need be. But I like how you get that sheep going in the right direction compared to the young man coming here in 3. Young man in 3 is very intense, gets a very good solid brace. A lot of times with this sheep, we get off to the side. I think we want to crank that one's head over the backside of his shoulder. That makes that one kind of want to go in reverse instead of coming into you. I like to see that sheep come into you just a notch better for me. We get one here in 4. Awesome job getting a drive, holding the head. Sometimes, though, we want to maybe just power drive this one too hard. We got to make sure we get the front legs aligned with our shoulder to make that one come into you correctly. Young man round out the top 5 does an awesome job holding the head, keeping that neck at a 90-degree angle. Maybe just doesn't get as much out of that sheep. Maybe doesn't set his legs as square compared to the ones ahead of him. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Class Division 2 of our junior breeding sheep showmanship. These are contestants born in the year 2011 or 2012. First place goes to 760, Reagan Coffey, Grayson, 4-H. Second place to 96, Manny Kinman, Boone County, 4-H. Third to 44, Levi Wolf, Pendleton County, 4-H. 4 to 179, Luke Renfro, Warren County, 4-H. 5 to 546, Enoch Geyer, Todd County, 4-H. Others in that class, Ada Doyle of Warren County, 4-H. We'd like to welcome our judges again that are doing our junior showmanship classes. Jared Whitcomb is in ring 2. He's from Greenview, Illinois. He's employed with the Farm Service Agency in Petersburg, Illinois. He and his family raise club lambs. He's married to his beautiful wife, Lauren, and they have 2 daughters, Emerson and Sloan. And in ring 1 is Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. He's the owner-operator of their family farm along with his brother. He also has the distinction of being a high school wrestling coach for the past 32 years. Dan has judged, trimmed, and shown several breeds of sheep all over the United States. Let's welcome again Jared and Dan to your Kentucky State Fair.
a very deep set of showmen over here on my side, and it took a little more time. I think it kind of come down to essentially these top 5, and there's 4 or 5 over here that do another awesome job as well. We get to start studying them. I think probably the young man we're going to lead off with probably gives me the most consistent look every time I look at that sheep. I guess the biggest thing, we set these things in motion. He gets that one to go into his hand just a nickel bit better, wants to go up and just go out and prance for him, but he does an awesome job getting that one set and standing square. Young man coming in 2 does another awesome job, a different style here, which is fine. I think he does a good job because that ewe-lamb doesn't hardly ever move on him as much. Occasionally, though, the hind leg could be off just a little bit. And the biggest thing is when we put them on that last lap, I just like to see that sheep go in your hand just a notch better for me today. We get here in 3. The young lady does an awesome job getting a drive on this sheep. Occasionally, we want to maybe overdrive and let that one just push a little more forward into you. That consequently doesn't keep its top up where it needs to be. Just watch your top line just a little bit more, but you do a very good job. Where your hands are, you do a good job of a brace. Young man coming in 4. Maybe not as quick, maybe not as smooth, but when he gets there, we get a good consistent look. Occasionally, we want to bunch this one up just a little bit and shove that one's head over the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to see that one's neck just more of a 90-degree angle for me. And the young lady coming in 5. Awesome job keeping this one set square. At times, we just kind of look like we're just standing there and not just getting much out of that sheep as I'd like to see, okay? Let's give all those young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results in ring 1 from our Division 1 class. These are contestants born in 2013, 14, or 15. First place goes to entry 592, Carly Grant, Warren County 4-H. Second place to 832, Caston Caldwell, Pendleton County 4-H. Third to Carson Dalton, Allen County 4-H. Fourth place to 368, Emma Mulligan, Mason County 4-H. 5 to entry 758, Maddox Trammell, Allen County 4-H. Others in that class included Melissa Rodriguez, Hayden Turner, Sawyer Hagerman, Ivory McGlone, Hagan Smith, Levi Argebright, Charles E. Parker, Adeline McCarty, Samantha Geyer. In the class ring 2, Division 4, our contestants born in 2006, 7, or 8. First to entry 230, Clark Coyle, Boyle County FFA. Second place to 763, Wyatt Perkins, Mason County FFA. Third to 480, Annabeth McCarty, Kenton County 4-H. 4 to 40, Clabber Wolf, Pendleton County FFA. 5 to 985, Peyton Zinner, Western Hills FFA. Sixth place to 911, Kaylee Carson, Wolf County 4-H and FFA. Others in that class, Meredith Hampton, Wilson Barnes, Emma Doyle, Caitlin Geyer, Annetta Adair, Emily Carson, Micah Horn, Juliana Parrish, and Emily Holbrook. We do want to remind exhibitors at this evening's breeding sheep show, you do need to wear your appropriate back tag numbers. There are safety pins for attaching those if you need them outside the sheep office on the table. Also, as a reminder, a new rule for 2025 that will be policed very vigorously this evening and tomorrow is no aerosol cans will be allowed in the makeup rings or the show rings. Again, no aerosol cans will be allowed in the makeup rings or the show rings. That applies to not only the Market Lamb show, but also this evening's breeding sheep show. Exhibitors, we do want to remind you at the conclusion of this evening's breeding sheep show, we will be doing the county and breeders group classes. Again, county and breeders group classes will be done this evening following the breeding sheep show. There are 3 different county group classes, plus the breeders group class, which is 5 lambs bred by 1 breeder or family. So we will do county and breeders group classes this evening following the conclusion of the junior breeding sheep show. Placing on the class or division number 3. Division 3 are contestants born in the years of 2009 or 2010. First to entry 257, Izzy Godman, Bracken County FFA. Second place to 761, Ryder Coffey, Grayson County 4-H. Third to 106, Addison Cowan, Mason County FFA. 4 to 139, Colin Combs, Spencer County FFA. 5 to 601, Kinley French, Montgomery County 4-H. Others in that class, Lily Terrell, Brooke Scotthorn, Ella Stone, Tally Downs, Addison Moore, Elizabeth Frame, Macy Beecraft, Annabelle Geyer, and Emma McMurtry. In the makeup area at this time, we need our division winners from the previous 4 divisions. It's been out. We need Carly Grant from Division 1, Izzy Godman from Division 3, Reagan Coffey, Division 2, and Clark Coyle, Division 4, in the makeup area at the end of the show ring number 1. Following the conclusion of our junior breeding sheep showmanship class, we will begin our breeding sheep show 30 minutes after the completion of that showmanship program. Results of Division 5 Breeding Sheep Showmanship. First place goes to 278, Macy Hazelrig, Fleming County FFA. Second place to 801, Blake Daly, Paris FFA. Third place to 611, Laney Lone, Grinnip County FFA. 4 to 610, Carrie Wagner, Locust Trace FFA. And 5 to 214, Abigail Potts, Warren East FFA. In our championship drive for overall champion showman in the breeding sheep division, we have from Division 1, Carly Grant, Warren County 4-H. Division 2 is Reagan Coffey, Grayson County 4-H. Division 3, Izzy Godman, Bracken County FFA. Division 4, Clark Coyle, Boyle County FFA. And Division 5, Macy Hazelrig, Fleming County FFA.
Well, so we get out here to pick our champion showman of the breeding show. Dana and I both kind of put our heads together there quick and kind of landed on the same one. I think that all 5 are doing an awesome job. It just kind of comes down to personal preference on how they're getting them stuck out here right now and in this moment. Let's give them all one more round of applause. We'll show you your champion.
As our judges get ready to make their selection, let's introduce Jonathan Schell, our Commissioner of Agriculture here in Kentucky. And our overall showman champion is from Division 4, Clark Coyle, Boyle County, FFA. At 4:30, we will be doing our breeding sheep show. We will have in ring 1, we'll start out with Hampshires. In ring 2, the all other breeds meet will be our first breeds in that breeding sheep show. Hampshires in ring 1, all other breeds meet in ring 2 will be our first breeds. 2-minute call, exhibitors. 2-minute call to begin our evening shows with the breeding sheep. Again, we'll start out with Hampshires in ring 1. And over in ring number 2, we will start with all other breeds meet. Again, we want to remind exhibitors you do need to wear the appropriate back tag in the class for the breeding show today. If you need safety pins, they're on the table just outside the office pod. Also, remember, no aerosol cans in the show ring or in the makeup area. No aerosol cans or containers in those areas tonight. exhibitors in the black-face crosses and the white-face crossbred ewes. We want to remind you we will be weighing those animals back. We will weigh back the top 5 in each class. So just be prepared to do that. Placing on the all other breeds meat class in ring number 2 on the yearling U. First place went to entry 98, Joshua Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with sheep 1. That was a Dorper.
On the Hamp side, we're starting with we've got an early ram lamb here that's just a super long-bodied, big bone sheep, represents the breed quite well. So glad he showed up today. Wish he had a little more competition.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn class of January ram lambs, first place goes to entry number 23, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25035. Placing on the all other breeds meat early born junior ewe lamb class, first to entry 102, Caitlin Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with Kate's sheep. Next, we're showing late born junior ewe lambs on the AOB meat.
As we move our late ram into position here on the Hamp side, another really good entry, a nice clean made ram, obviously quite youthful, one that walks around the ring extremely well and certainly holds himself together good on the move. So we'll see how he compares to the older buck here in the drive.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ram lamb class for the Hampshire show, first place to entry 24, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25066.
In our champion ram drive here on the Hampshire side, we've got slightly different pieces in these rams. We've got, to me, a ram that's just extremely long, super thick and big boned here in our older ram. We get to our younger ram, maybe just a bit more extended coming out of his shoulder, maybe a little bit cleaner in some ways, but doesn't quite give us the length of body. I'm just going to go ahead and use this older buck here. I just think he's just loaded with muscle, long top. Really brings us a lot to the table. So he'll be our champion Hampshire ram, followed with our younger buck for reserve.
For the Hampshire show, our champion ram Slickshorn ram goes to the Slickshorn January ram lamb, Paradise 25035, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. The reserve champion to the first in the February class, Paradise 25066, Corbin Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Next up, we have Hampshire Slickshorn Senior ewe lambs. We had a scratch on the yearling ewe class. Placing on the all other breeds meet in the late-born Junior U Lamb class, first place to entry 103, Caitlin Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Lil. Second place to 106, Annabelle Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Sheep 1. Third to 107, Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Hailstorm. And fourth place to Samantha Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Woolly Wonka. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion U.
Moving into the females here with our Hampshire Slicks, there's I think a pretty exceptional one to start the class. I think she excels the second place lamb in the way she's designed through her front. I think just a little prettier through that front, a little more femininity. Still brings as much rack shape and overall top as we see in our second place lamb. Second place lamb, big rib to this lamb, certainly a lot of capacity. I just think this lamb in front just a little more complete, a little more angular for me today.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn Senior U Lamb class, first place and also senior champion, entry 32, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky with Ambergy 2501 or 029. Second place to entry 31, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky with Paradise 25005, and that was your reserve senior champion. For the AOB meet, our champion U went to the first place in the early Junior U Lamb class. Caitlin Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Kate's Sheep. The reserve was our first place winner out of the late Junior U Lamb class, Caitlin Geyer, Lil. And third goes to the first place in the yearling class, Joshua Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky with Sheep 1. Now ready to move into our AOB wool class. placing on the early born junior ewe lamb class for the AOB wool. Our class winner and also champion ewe goes to entry 83, Addison Cowan, Macelik, Kentucky, with Sugar, a Shropshire ewe. We are now ready to move into the blackface crossbred classes. We need class number 1 ewes. These ewes weigh between 81 and 114 pounds. Again, want to remind you that we are weighing back the top 5 in each class. 81 to 114 pounds, class 1, blackface crossbred ewes.
This was, to me, a very challenging class to sort because I like all 4 of these lambs. I like them for a little bit different reasons. The lamb that starts the class, to me, just there's a lot of product here. There's a lot of rib shape, a lot of volume, huge leg in this lamb. I just feel like she comes together pretty nicely through her front for a lamb that brings us this much volume. Certainly a red meat type of volume and a lamb I think really is going to come on and make a good sized sheep and still hold together pretty well. The lamb in second, there's a lot of things I like about this sheep. Maybe doesn't handle itself quite as well in that top line. Wants to just break a little bit in that rack area and maybe just isn't quite as smooth. Gets just a touch coarse out of its shoulder and into the midsection of its body, but really gives us a touch and really comes together nicely. I think follows that first place lamb pretty well. The lamb in third, I feel like, is just a little bit softer, maybe shorter, more compact version of what we had on top. Not quite as much extension about that front. Prettiness is at a bit more of a minimum here. Again, length of body isn't quite there. We like the midsection of the sheep. The bone structure certainly gives us a lot of overall volume, but I just like to pretty up that front a little bit and blow it up in that rear third of its body a bit. Problem lamb for me is certainly this one standing in 4. I love this lamb for its design. It's the prettiest lamb in the class. I just really like a lot of things about it. It's just given up quite a bit overall volume. And if I felt like it was just a lot younger than the others, but it does have a fair amount of condition on it at this point, even though it's a lot fresher looking lamb. Just need to give it maybe just a little bit more overall width to compete, but certainly a lamb that I admire an awful lot.
Placing on the Hampshire Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, first to entry 41, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, with F501. Second place to entry 38, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Showstock 25089. Third to entry 37, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, and 4 to entry 36, Manny Kinman, Burlington, Kentucky. Again, exhibitors, we want to remind you, you must wear the correct back numbers out to class. Those are the numbers that correspond with your entry. You will switch back numbers between the animals. So please wear the correct back numbers out here in class.
Real nice lamb here as we move into our February class. Good length of body, good soundness, good breed type about it. just good muscling. I think a lamb that really blends a lot of things together. So good entry here. Too bad we didn't have a little more depth in this class in terms of its numbers.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class for the Hampshire's first place, the entry 42, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25061. Molly.
As we get into our youngest ewe lamb class here, I think a pretty close placing, but I'm going to go with the one that I think just brings us a little more extension. I like the way she comes up on the top of her shoulders, and I think it does take a little bit of work to get this one's top right, but this lamb is incredibly impressive in terms of its build. It's really racked up, and certainly one that gives us a big old leg when we see it from behind and put our hands on it. Lamb in second, a little bit smoother in its top. I like that about it, but I'd maybe like to see just a touch more extension and maybe just a little bit more overall touch when we bring it back to us.
Placing on the Slickshorn Hampshire March ewe lamb class, first place to entry 43, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Showstock 25093. Second place to 44, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with AC 25031. Placing on Class 1 of our black-faced crossbred ewe lambs. These lambs weigh between 81 and 114 pounds. First place to entry 85, Maddox Treme, Adolphus, Kentucky. Second place to entry 121, Emma McMurtry, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Third place to 181, Tally Downs, Alexandria, Kentucky. 4 to 150, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky. 5 to 152, Kaylee Carson, Beattyville, Kentucky. Sixth place to 179, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville. Seventh place to 35, Brooke Scawthorne, Corneth. 8 to 185, Julie Anna Parrish, Bowling Green. 9 to 140, Ada Doyle, Smiths Grove. 10 to 131, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. And 11 to 139, Emma Doyle, Smiths Grove. Placing on the slickshorn pair of ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first place to Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky.
When our junior female drive here with our Hampshires, I think we've got excellent individuals out here. I think we just had a couple in the senior drive that are going to come and challenge these once we select them. I think we have to pick 3 overall, so I'm going to go ahead and pick 3 out of this junior drive so we can compare them with our our two older females as we get into the overall Hamp champion drive. So I'll go out and select your top 3 right now in this junior division.
For our junior champion for the Slickshore and Hampshires, that goes to the first place out of the January ULAM class, entry 41, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, with F501. Second to the first place in the February ULAM class, entry 42, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, Paradise, 25061. And third goes to entry 38 from the January ULAM class, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Showstock, 25089. Now ready to show for overall champion, reserve champion, and third overall U. For the Slickshore and Hampshire show, our first place January ewe lamb, our junior champion, was our overall Slickshorn champion ewe for Hampshires. Our first place February ewe lamb, our reserve junior champion, was our reserve overall champion ewe. And our first place senior ewe lamb, our senior champion ewe, was our third overall ewe. That first place January, our overall champion was entry number 41, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, with F501. Reserve champion was 42, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25-061. And our third overall was entry 32, Clark Coyle, Ambergy 25-029. Placing on the second class of blackface ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 135, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Ambergy 25-063. Second place to 129, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, with entry 71. Third place to 190, Peyton Zinner, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. 4 to 160, Wyatt Perkins, Maysville, Kentucky. 5 to 127, Izzy Godman, Brooksville. Sixth place to 165, Emily Holbrook, Louisa, Kentucky. Seventh place to 122, Castine Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky. Eighth place to 119, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. 9 to 157, Carly Grant, Bowling Green, Kentucky. And 10 to 189, Carlisle Parker, Pleasureville, Kentucky. In ring one, we're now ready to move into Southdowns. We need Southdowns late junior ram lambs. Again, we need Southdown late-born junior ram lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the Southdown breeding sheep, late-born junior Ram Lamb class. First to entry 59, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky, with Eagle Rare. That will also be our champion Southdown Ram. Now ready for yearling ewes. Currently, we're on class number 3 of our ewes, 124 to 129 pounds for the black-faced crossbreds. We should have class number 4, ewes weighing 130 to 134 in the makeup area.
We get into this class, and I think there's a little bit of sort, and some of you from outside may see them and like them a little bit different, but when you get your hands on them, there's no doubt the one we're going to lead off with, I think probably just handles the best. She gets that one propped up from the side, and I still think that one still balances right. Her chest plate could be shoved up in her just a nickel if we're going to be real critical on her, but I think her top line's good, her underline's good, and I still think she moves around the ring free and easy. The one coming in 2 has some big pieces. I like quite a few things about this ewe-lamb. She's big and stout at the ground. Her rib cage is good. You can see the shape she has out the backside there. You start studying her and get your hands on her. That one's loin just wants to dip down in her and isn't as big and square and prominent. We set that one in motion. She maybe utilizes her hind leg and just gets a little tight and restricted out of her hock, but that's being very critical of one that's very high quality. Parked and standing from the side. I can see if you want to draw in and tie into this one here in 3 because she's going to take a really good picture. She's level and smooth. She's got a lot of extra wool in her underline there. I don't know if she maybe is as swoopy bellied as you think. And you get your hands on her of any of these top 5. This one's got a lot of extra bark over her rib cage. We got to trim her up, and I think if we do that, I don't know if she maybe looks as just as neat from the side. We get one here in 4, parked. You can like this one because she's level and smooth. She's swoopy bellied. She's big, stout at the ground. She gets a little shorter around her, about her hip. You set this one into motion. It's probably my biggest hiccup on her. She wants to get real tight in her spine, consequently restricted out both ends of her skeleton. I got to see that one flex and move and just go a little easier. One coming here in 5. One, I like the front 1/3 as well. This one's big and opened up in her rib cage. Handles good on the top side of her skeleton. We start studying from the side. We got to soften that one up from her rear flank, make that one move just a little freer off her rear too. To go ahead and move that one up. Let's go to the exhibitors. Nice round of applause.
Placing on the class number 3 of our black-faced ewes, these ewes weighing 124 to 129. First place to 182, Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Jenny. Second place to 194, Emma Mulligan, Maysville, Kentucky, with Sabrina. Third to 187, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, with Nikki. Fourth place to entry number 137, Manny Kinman, Burlington, Kentucky. 5 to 186, Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky. 6 to 204, Blake Daly, Paris. 7 to 147, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing. 8th place to 158, Addison Moore, Guston. 9 to 188, Charles C. Parker, Pleasureville, Kentucky, and 10 to 156, Hagan Smith, Winchester, Kentucky. Placing on the Southdown Yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 63, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, Kentucky, with 4CE 24-1. Second place to 62, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Hawes 24117. We want to welcome to the Sheep Show the newest member of the Kentucky State Fair Board, Darren Benton, setting up here at the announcer's stand. Placing on the Southdown breeding ewes in the fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 65, Carson Dalton, Scottsville, Kentucky, with Bell. Second to 64, Carly Grant, Bowling Green, Kentucky, with Naya.
We get into another interesting class, and I think it's kind of a top pair. The ones that two hit me the hardest when they come through the gate initially. But within that, we start studying them. I think there's one that's probably just a little more opened up in the center portion of her body. One that's bigger and squarer over her loin edge, and I think still bigger and squarer out of her pin set. With that, I mean, if you want to get hard honors, yeah, she's not as tall fronted and cool necked as the one that comes too, but I still think she has all the extras and one that's a little bit more my speed. The one coming in too, you love the big legs, you love the extension this one has. This one moves around the ring good. Occasionally, I don't think that one's loin hooks up near as good. You study her pin set, I think she's a little narrower and maybe just not as big and square from behind. The one coming in 3 is a nice solid ewe here, one that's got some swoop to her belly. Her upper rib cage is big. You can see the ditch she has. From there back, though, she maybe doesn't transition to her hip near as good. She wants to get a little bit lower fronted. We just need to change her in those regards to move her on up. We get one here in 4 that comes to us a little better in the lower portion of her chest, probably ties her neck in a little bit neater at the top side of her shoulder. I just don't read that one near as neat from the side, especially set that one on to go. I think she wants to get a little bit coarser and push her shoulder out. We round out the top 5 with another cool looking one that looks good from the side, one that's tall shouldered, cool neck, big legs. You put your hands on this one of those initial 5, that one's got a little extra bark over her rib cage. I don't read that one near as big and genuine from behind as she leaves you. Let's go to the exhibitors. Nice round of applause.
We do want to take a moment and introduce our judges. In ring 2, working with the black-faced crossbreds is Jared Whitcomb of Greenview, Illinois. Jared works for the Farm Service Agency in Petersburg, Illinois. He and his family raise club lambs there. Also in Greenview, he's also married to his beautiful wife, Lauren, and they have 2 daughters, Emerson and Sloan. And working on the Southdowns in ring 1 is Dan Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Dan is the owner-operator of the family farm. He's also a 32-year high school wrestling coach. Dan has judged, trimmed, and shown sheep of several breeds all over the United States. Let's welcome both Dan and Jared to your Junior Breeding Sheep Show. Placing on class number 4 of our ewe lambs, 130 to 134 pounds in the black-faced crossbreds. First to 134, Izzy Godman, Brooksville with Patsy. Second place to 192, Carson Dalton of Scottsville with Ellie. Third to 113, Colin Combs, Taylorsville with Glitterbomb. Fourth place to 123, Kinley French, Sharpsburg. Fifth place to 172, Ryder Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky. Sixth place to 174, Levi Wolf, DeMossville. 7 to 176, Lane Hack, Wilmore. 8 to 144, Emily Carson, Beattyville. 9 to 130, Annetta Adair, Henderson. And 10th place to 180, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown. Placing on the class of late-born junior ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first to entry 67, Reagan Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky with Willoughby 24051. Second place to 69, Adeline McCarty, Independence, Kentucky. And third to 68, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. For our Southdown Show, our champion ewe went to the first place out of the yearling class, entry 63, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, Kentucky, with 4CE 24-1. The reserve champion was first in the late junior ewe lamb class, entry 67, Reagan Coffey, Harnard, with Willoughby 24-051. And third overall was entry number 65 from the fall ewe lamb class, Carson Dalton, Scottsville, Kentucky, with Bell. Now ready to move into our Suffolk show. We need to start out with late-born junior ram lambs. Late-born junior ram lambs, please.
We get over here in this blackface cross class. I think that's a mixed bag of what you want to do, and when you get your hands on them too, it kind of changes my mind, and that's what I really struggle with this one that we're going to lead off with, because this one parked, I like. You get your hands on her. She's carrying a little extra bark than I'd like to see, but I think just silhouette-wise and build and how this one's constructed, I think this one's top line's better than the one that follows her. I just like to trim that one up in that regards. The one coming in two is a little bit bigger in type and kind, a little more extended. You get in behind this one. I don't read this one as opened up. When she leaves you, you get off to the side and see this one on the go. I don't know if she keeps her top line as collected, especially at the backside of her shoulder into her jump muscle there. I'd like to just see that level in that regards. One coming here in three. Young man's doing an awesome job showing this one. Always has this one running the right direction. This one's level and smooth, but with that one becomes a little more generic, especially up front. This one's a little too closed up in the center portion of her rib cage. We need to open her up and just make her rounder and shove her chest up in her just a little bit more for me to go ahead and tie into that one. I told the young lady here, my apologies. I didn't see her walk in exactly when I turned and pulled, but with that, this young lady's sheep, I like the front 1/3 of this one. This one's big and round out the backside of her shoulder. Her neck, this sheep's neck ties where it needs to be. You get off to the side and study her. She could be just a little bit softer in her rear flank. She has a little more set to her hock as we get off to the side and study her from the side angle. I'd like to just change how she utilizes that in that regard. Young ladies here in the fifth position doing another awesome job. One from the side I like quite a bit. We get our hands on this and we got to just freshen this one up, tone her up to go ahead and rival the ones ahead of her. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Suffolk late-born junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 72, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Suffolks, first to entry 75, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay, 6767 RR 69. Placing on class number 5 of our blackface crossbred ewe lambs, first place to 178, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky. Second place to entry number 195, Emma Mullican, Maysville, Kentucky. Third to 151, Castine Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky. Fourth place to 142, Addison Cowan, Mayslick. 5 to 162, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. Sixth place to 169, Maddox Tremay, Adophilis. 7 to 197, Blake Daly, Paris. Eighth place to 166, Clabber Wolf, DeMossville. 9 to 128, Meredith Hampton, Elkton. And 10 to entry number 141, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. We do want to announce that after the class that's currently in the ring, Class 6 of our blackface crossbreds weighing between 140 and 154, we will show the pair of ewe lamb class. For our Suffolk show, our Slickshorn ewe lamb, born after January 1 class, first place to entry 76, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay, 7120 RR 69. Our overall champion ewe for the Suffolk show went to our first place senior ewe lamb, entry 75, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay 6767 RR 69. The reserve champion goes to our first place slick-sheared ewe lamb born after January 1, entry 76, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, with Macaulay 7120 RR 69. Placing on the Dorset Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 1, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
we get into this class. I think there's a competitor that ran to the forefront, and within that, I still think there's one for me that I just gonna go ahead and land on to lead off this class. One that's big, structured, big-footed at the ground. This one's chest sits kind of where it needs to be. Neckties neat. You get your hands on her, maybe just not the firmest out the backside of her shoulder, but I think firm enough. You still study that one from there back as well, into her jump muscle, into her loin. I don't know if that one's as big and square as a couple of them out here, but one that I still think is probably just to go ahead and the class leader and go ahead and win this class for me easily. One coming in too. From the outside looking in, I like how this one's built and constructed. We get our hands on this one. This one's carrying a lot more over her rib cage, and I'd like to see we trim that one back and dial her back and just tone her up in her freshness. Then maybe we can rival our class winner, but that one's starting to just get a little bit more plain in those regards. One falling in third is a little trimmer over her rib cage. You can see the shape she has. I don't know if that one's near as smooth into her loin edge. I don't know if that one's hock set's near as attractive compared to our class winners or the two ahead of her. I don't know if that one's pin set is big, but I like how swoopy bellied that one is. That one's rib cage is good. We just got to change her in her rear third for me to go ahead and move that one up. Young lady here in four is doing an awesome job with one that's stout at the ground, level and smooth. Of those that are out here on either side, probably a little more generic. Want to get your hands on her. I need to see that one a little fresher, have a little more shape to her to go ahead and move her on up. We round out the top five with another one that's big centered and big rib caged. We get off to the side and study her. She kind of reads just a little more fragile at the ground compared to the class, to this top five. I think read that one a little more generic up front, not as neat and how this one's chest sits in her. But I like how opened up and stout that one is on the top side of her skeleton. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For our Dorset show, our champion ram went to the first place early junior ram lamb, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. The reserve champion was first in the senior ram lamb class, also Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Also, Wilson Barnes had first place in the pair of ram lambs. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on class number 6. Class 6 of our blackface crossbreds. First place to 191, Carson Dalton, Scottsville. Second place to 132, Izzy Godman, Brooksville. Third place to 202, Addison Cowan, Maeslick. Fourth place to 136, Melissa Rodriguez, Burlington. 5 to 199, Ella Stone, Grinnip. Sixth place to 84, Addison Cowan, Maeslick. Seventh place to 161, Annabeth McCarthy, Independence. Eighth place to 175, Hayden Turner, Falmouth. And 9 to 154, Ivory McGlone, Grayson. Placing on the Dorset Yearling U class, first place to entry 9, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. Placing on the blackface crossbred pair ewe lamb class, first place to 207, Carson Dalton, Scottsville, Kentucky. Second place to 209, Addison Cowan, Maeslick, Kentucky. Third to 206, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. For the blackface crossbreds, we're now ready for Class 7, ewes weighing 178 to 220. That'll be followed by a pair of yearling ewe class. Now showing early. We're now showing early junior ewe lambs for the Dorsets.
An interesting class of yearling ewes here. We're going to lead off with one that I probably think is just the best built, best constructed one. I'd like to see this one just a notch softer in her rear flank, but I think her upper skeleton and her top line is probably just the demands. It is the class winner in this particular class here. The one coming in two, one that probably doesn't come to us in as fresh of a package. You get your hands on this ewe. She's got a lot of meat and power to her. She's huge in her loin. You can see she's got a good hip set to her. With that, though, she becomes a little more generic up front, gets a little bolder about her shoulder. We round out the class with one that comes a little more fragile and type and kind, just a little tighter in overall structure. We need to loosen that one up to go ahead and move her on up. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Dorset Early Born Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 12, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. Second place to 14, Reagan Coffey, Harnard, Kentucky, with Candy Show Sheep 5073. And third to entry 15, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. Placings on class number 7 of our black-faced crossbred ewes. First place to 177, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. Second place to 117, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. And third to entry 116, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. Placing on the late-born junior ewe lamb class for the Dorsets, first place goes to entry 19, Cadence Ryan, Butler, Kentucky, with Dorsets and Daylilies, 541S. Second place to 16, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Johnson Family Showstock, 25119. Third to 18, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky. 4 to 17, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky.
Well, as we get out here to pick a champion blackface cross, the light class was nice. I don't know if they had just pack enough punch and just have enough look to go ahead and rival with what we got coming in the next 4 or 5 classes there. The one that came out of class 2. One, I like that one's build. That one handles good. That one's presented good. I still think that one runs the right direction. If you want to ask yourself if there's just enough to that one, I wouldn't argue a whole lot, but I still think that one still proportions and still balances and still looks good out here. We get one out of the next class, one that handles really big and square out the backside of her shoulder. Like I said in class there, maybe we could shove that one's chest plate up in her just a notch if we're going to be critical of her. We get in the next class, one that handled good. We get out here to against this one's contemporaries. Does this one just have enough rear rib and flank to go ahead and balance out to compete with a couple others? We came with the next class with that one parked. When you look from the outside looking in, that one can give you a really good picture. You get your hands on that one. Like I said, we need to tone that one down and in her rib cage, over her rib cage a little bit. She's got a lot of extra fat laying over there. And we go with that last class there, the ewe lambs one that you like from the outside looking in. She's too just a nickel soft over her rib cage. Is that one as big as she is? Does her loin stay in her just good enough to go ahead and rival a couple others? We get back on a couple on the second row over there, ones that I think are built right. I don't know if maybe they just blended near as smooth today to go ahead and rival these out here. Let's give them one more round of applause. I'll show you how I like them today.
In our Dorset show, our champion ewe went to the first place early, Junior Ewe Lamb, entry 12, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. Second, our reserve champion went to the first place yearling ewe, entry 09, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. And third went to the second place animal in the early Junior Ewe Lamb class, entry 14, Reagan Coffee of Harnard, Kentucky, with Candy Show Sheep 5073. With the black-faced crossbreds, our champion was first in class number 2, entry 135, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Ambergy 25063. Reserve champion was our class 3 winner, entry 182, Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with Jenny. And third overall was class 6 winner, entry 191, Carson Dalton of Scottsville, Kentucky. We're now ready to move into our white-faced crossbreds. We have a single class of ewe lambs weighing 115 to 136. And in ring 1, we're judging our class of Dorset Advantage early born junior ram lambs. Placing on the Dorset Advantage early born junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 90, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Second place to entry 89, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We will be doing a Kentucky Proud lineup following all of our classes. It will be a silent class. The judges will select, but we will not be announcing those. We will announce for you to come out so you know who you are. But we'll follow all of our, after the Dorset Advantage and also after the Whiteface Cross, we will call those out. Now showing Dorset Advantage, late junior ram lambs, late junior ram lambs. Placing on the Dorset Advantage late-born junior ram lamb class, first place to entry 92, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We now have a single entry in the pair of Ram Lambs for the Dorset advantage.
A very competitive trio in my mind of this particular class. Within that, I think the two that we're going to run up with are two that are a little more built my speed and type and kind. The one we're going to lead off with, I think, is probably just a notch better, not shorter about her shoulder blade. I think this one's rib cage is a little bit rounder. I guess we get your hands on her. She is carrying just a little extra, but today for this particular class, I think she's going to go ahead and lead off for me. The one coming in two, the young man's doing a good job with the one that's wanting to fight him a little bit. I think we start studying that one with the ground. That one reads a little more fragile on her feet. There's ones on either side of her, but I think how this one proportions and balances from the side is probably just a little more type and kind. How opened up in that one's rib cage is, that one's got a big loin edge to her. The one and three, if this one's more your speed, I'm not going to argue with you. This one's a little more up and out and just a little more exotic in her look, and this one's a little bigger footed at the ground. We compare her to the two ahead of her. For me personally, I don't know if that one's just open up in her rib cage. I don't know if that one's just as big and square from behind and just has as much power as I'd like to see compared to the two ahead of her, but a nice ewe-lamb for that young man. We come here in 4-1 when you get from the outside looking in. This one's chest sits where it needs to be. This one's hip and hind leg is good. You get your hands on this one of those initial four. We need to tone that one up in a rack shape, make that one just a little fresher in her appearance to go ahead and rival those. We round out the top five with another big centered one that's got some that's got some width from behind. We get off to the side. We need to change that one in a balance regard, shove that one's chest up in her, drop her rear flank just to make her proportion and balance better from the side for me today. Let's go to the exhibitors. Nice round of applause.
Placing on the Dorset advantage pair Ram Lambs, first place went to Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Champion Dorset Advantage Ram goes to entry 92 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Reserve champion came from the early junior Ram Lamb class, entry 90, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Now ready for early born junior ewe lambs. Early born junior ewe lambs. Placing on the white-faced crossbreds in the ewe lambs weighing 115 to 136. First place and champion white-faced crossbred is entry 217, Laney Lone, Grinnip. Second place to 218, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Third place to 223, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. And that is champion, reserve champion, and third overall in that order. Fourth in that class, 220, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. 5 to 222, Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. 6 to 219, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown. 7 to entry 221, Annetta Adair, Henderson. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Early Born Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 101, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Second place to 100, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Placing on the late-born Junior Ewe Lamb for the Dorset Advantage, first place to entry 86, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. Now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe, as well as third. Champion Dorset Advantage ewe goes to entry 86 out of the late Junior Ewe Lamb class, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. The reserve champion from the early Junior Ewe Lamb class, entry 101, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. And third overall, entry number 100, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. If you will be serving as a mentor for the Sunshine class, there will be a meeting 30 minutes after the conclusion of the shows here to this evening, right here at the show ring. Where do you want him, Sean? Okay. In the makeup area, which is ring number 1. We're going to use that as the makeup for this Kentucky Proud. From the AOB meet, we need Caitlin Geyer with entry number 102, and also Caitlin Geyer with 103. In the Hampshire, we need Blake Daly and Clark Coyle. Southdown, we need Izzy Godman and Adeline McCarthy. For the Dorset, Blake Daly. For the Blackface Cross, Sarah Grace Mattingly and Josie Phillips. For the Whiteface Cross, we need Blake Daly and Macy Beecraft. And the Dorset Advantage, we need Abigail Mattingly. We need those animals in the makeup area, which is ring 1, and then they'll bring you into ring 2 to be shown. Again, this is a silent show. The judges will not comment. The results will not be announced tonight. Those will be held in reserve until we have the grand drive on Thursday. This is an evaluation of the county group class. And this was won by Fayette County. Josie Phillips, we need your blackface crossbred reserve to show for the Kentucky Proud. Again, we want to remind you, if you signed up to be a mentor for the Sunshine class, then you will have a meeting 30 minutes after the conclusion of this portion of the show where we're doing the Kentucky Proud. Again, we want to remind you, this is a silent presentation. Our judges will not be making comments or results announced. They will hold those until tomorrow or till Thursday evening at the Supreme Drive. Hagen Smith, please come to the show ring desk. Hagen Smith. Exhibitors, thank you very much. You are finished. Thank you. Well, let's give our judges one more big round of applause for their work today on showmanship as well as breeding sheep. Remember, tomorrow morning at 8:30, there will be a junior sheep exhibitors meeting right here at the show ring. 8:30 tomorrow morning. In a half an hour, those of you that have volunteered to be mentors in the Sunshine class tomorrow, that'll start at 9 o'clock over in Broadbent. You will have a meeting in a half an hour from now here at the show ring. Novice Lamb Showmanship and Novice Market Lamb Show begins at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.